Alright, we've started. Oh, stats? Oh, I put that right there. Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, that helps so much. I should be streaming, right? Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Does it show them live? Okay, it shows them live. Alright, so the first thing I gotta do is I gotta find a way to get the stream elements to work on the main chat. What song is this? I like this. Hold up. I'm not playing that. Stupid. I'm not playing that. Oh, that's Cycle 2? Oh, I have scroll lock on. Scroll lock. Okay. So. Okay. So like, how do you change your scroll wheel back to there we go. What a hero. Okay. Alright, new element. Start from scratch. Alright, let me see, cause I'm gonna flip and try to do make a chat. Streaming tools overlays. Yes, overlay. Create new overlay, and I need a chat overlay. Yeah, 1080p. New editor. Maybe later. We need to add a widget. Yo, chat. Show messages permanently. Check your chat. Check your chat. You can't do that. Okay, hold on, let me see. Okay, and then let me see. And then let me put in a better TTT emote. Bro, I'm not the only one that has. Where my emotes at, bro? Where my emotes at, bro? Where my emotes at, bro? Okay, we'll see. Cause I actually want to see if this works. Okay, it works. All right. I need to save it. Chat. And then I wanna send it in. So preview. Okay, let's see. Because if it works, I'm not using the thing no more. Alright, let's see. Properties. URL. Looking a little small. And it's not checkered. It's... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Position, size, and style. It needs to be like... Save it, preview, right there, and then now we'll see if it works. Properties, flip in AV. Okay, now you're a small chat. Now I'm gonna chat. Are you gonna show? Refresh. Control A, Control V. Okay. And then put something in there. Hi. It's not working. Something's up. I don't like this at all. Where is... Okay, the chat box is right there. So that makes no sense. Control Z. Okay, we got to work. Okay, we got to work. Okay, we got to work. No more, bruh. No more. No more, bruh. No more. No more. Alright. I will be starting in a bit. Give me a second. Oh, because I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm in the voice chat. Oh, but then it's out. My shit's pretty far, man. Golly. Alright. Okay, that's loud. We need to turn on the mic. Is that good? My goodness. Like, move it right here. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, wait, because it's in front of the... Yeah, it's in front. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then y'all can see chat there. And then you guys can see chat there. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna get some stuff ready. And stop and like actually lock in. Let's see how badly I flipped. Let's see how badly I messed this one up today, boys. Let's see how badly I messed this one up. Because I know I'm gonna mess this stream up today. I know I'm gonna mess this one up today. I just know so well. Let's see how badly I'm gonna mess this one up. I wanted to. No, I'm gonna add the Stinger. See if I can still do it, cause it's gonna. See if I can. Nah, never mind. No, never mind. So see if I got my number board together. Because sometimes this thing just doesn't work, and I need to... Alright guys, let's see how badly I flipped this one up today. So today is very special. Because today, if I'm being completely truthful, I did not know that today was Yoshi's birthday. If I can be like completely honest and completely truthful, I did not know that today was Yoshi's birthday until like literally yesterday. So I stayed up until 2 and I cooked up some artwork, and then we're here. So the plan for today is I have a video I want to show y'all. Alright, that's enough out of you. That's enough out of you. Hold on, let me move. Bye. Alright, because I had the Twitch thing there just in case, like, if things went wrong or anything else. What am I... Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, the plan for today is we're gonna play Yoshi's Island. I have not played this game yet on this channel at all. Twitch or YouTube, I've never played Yoshi's Island on this channel before. I know, hate me, I'm sorry. The other thing we're gonna try to do SRB2 because I have a Yoshi mod. We're gonna do Super Mario World 2, and Yoshi's Story. We're also gonna do SRB2. We're gonna try, and I mean try, because I really want to do, I have no idea what we're doing, guys, I'm sorry. Okay, we're playing Mario World 1 and 2. We're playing Yoshi's Story. We're playing Tetris Attack, of course. We might play Mortal Kombat 2 Remix. We might play MK2 Remix. Because I feel like it. Like, yeah, honestly, that's it. Yeah, that's it, man. So that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today, cause I actually want to see what some of this stuff is. Like seriously, yeah. Dang, that's crazy. All right, so let me get Yoshi's Island set up, and we're playing the full thing. We're not doing no cheats or anything. We're doing the full thing, full run. Full run, boys. Full run. Sorry, but no cheats. Full run, boys. Alright, where you at, buddy? Yep, here you are. Here you are. Alright, we're in the game. Well, not there. No, stop. Here we go. So that's 9x. You should show about like right now. If it does not show, I'm gonna crash out. Now wait. Wait. Properties. This should work. Like I want it to work. Come on, please don't do this. Don't make me do this, bro. Don't make me do this, bro. Please don't make me do this. I don't wanna know if you plan me. Oh, cause I had to do that on the fusion. I had to do that. That's why I had to do that. Oh. Nah. Okay. I had to do that because that's what I just had to do. But like, pause your little butt. Pause your butt. Pause it. Pause. Just pause, bro. How you pause this game, bro? Yeah, pause. There you go. Pause. Okay. Oh. I mean, that's gotta work, right? Like, there's no way. Yeah. And then show. Yeah. And then, yeah. And then move it back. Go all the way back. Keep going. Because we're going to play this game today, guys. We're going to play this game today. Okay? And then full screening. No! We're not that one. We're full screening it. Full screen. Please tell me. Please, Speed, I need this. My mom's kind of homeless. I live with my dad. I want to help her out. I gotta find the song. I gotta get the song. That's what I gotta do. I gotta get that song. Not 3, 2. Dude. Alright, we're here. As you can see, we're here. Please speed I need this. Always. Oh yeah, Wicked came out today. Hey, yo, what? Wicked came out today. Ain't nobody go care about no Wicked, but I do, because I went to go see the play. It was actually pretty good. On Broadway, went to go see the play on Broadway. It was pretty good. Please, speed, I need this. I'm homeless. Alright, shut up. I didn't put you in your place. Yep, there you go. Alright, there we go. Yep. Alright, I hope y'all can hear that. Hello. Alright, y'all can hear that. Bet. Alright, we're playing this game because I want to, and ain't nobody gonna stop me because I said so. We're gonna flip in, like I said, we're gonna... You know how many times I've played this game? Holy shit. Ah, I cursed! Ah! Yes, I did curse. You heard that. You're welcome. I need to get the, I at least gotta see how it looks, man. I at least gotta see how it looks. It doesn't look that bad. Can it look that bad? Can it... Is it stretched, or is it like in a 4:3 aspect ratio? Because if it is, then I gotta stretch it and make it 60. Yeah, it's in a 4:3. Flip, I hate 4:3. Crap, I hate 4:3. No, do not maintain my aspect ratio. Thank you. Now it should be stretched. Yep. But I think it's covering the chat. Oh no, it's not covering the chat. The chat is just too small. My bad, twin. I want to see y'all. My bad, twin. Oh. So now you decide. My bad, twin. Girl, boy. So now you decide to work. Game capture. So now you decide to work. My bad, twin. Hold on. Let me move my twin real quick. Yeah, there you go. I need to get my controls right. I can't. Input configuration. Alright, bet. Up, down. Oh, shoot. My bad. We gotta restart that. Up, left, down, right, B, A, Y, X, start, select. L, R. Yep, there you go. That's some good button combos right there. That's a good button combo right there. Or, you know what? Nah, flip that. I'm getting my controller. Get over here. Come here. We were supposed to play Mario World first. But I ultimately forgot and said, never mind, we're playing Super Mario World 2. Please tell me that this is the controller that does not have... It doesn't have stick drift. Okay, great. Yes, this is the controller with no stick drift. Yes. And then up, down, left, down, right. Okay. And then it's B, A, Y, X. Start, select, L. That's R. And then this one is L. There we go. Finally! God dang! Can I, like, move, or is it still on keyboard? I don't think I'm moving. Yeah, ain't nothing moving. Ain't nothing moving. Input. Enabled. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working! I gotta redo it. I gotta redo it. Cause it's not working. I'm gonna try to flip and like redo everything. Alright, we're gonna redo it. We have some technical difficulties! God dang it, we have technical difficulties again. Nah. Okay, we're back. Alright, you're lying. Do we actually have 3 viewers? You're lying. Chat, if you're real. Chat, if you're real! Oh, I do! Oh, nice! That's crazy. I'd never. That's crazy. I sounded like someone named Chad. I don't want to offend the Chads, but I sound like someone named Chad. Can I use the controller? Can I use the controller? Yes, I can use my controller. I can use my controller. We're goated. I can use my controller. I can use my controller. We're goated. Bro, I haven't played this game in so long since flipping 2000. I want to say 16 or 18. But I did play this on an NSO. This paradise is Yoshi's Island, where all the Yoshis live. They all uproar. I gotta put my narrative voice. We're all in uproar of the baby that fell from the sky. I gotta pull out the narrative voice. My bad. A relay system. That's gotta work. It does. I'm about to ace this game. I've never beaten this game. I lied. I've never beaten this game. I lied. Let's go. Welcome to Yoshi's Island. I know how to play this game. I know how to play this game, okay? I know how to play this game. I know how to play this game. Like, watch me speedrun this. Yep, there you go. I don't need a tutorial. I don't really need a tutorial on this. I just need to get past 1-6. Make eggs, throw eggs. I just need to get past this. You know what I like about this game? That it's hand-drawn. With Y and then press down on to make an egg. Now try throwing the egg, press A. See, the thing is, I'm playing with an Xbox controller, my bad, so, like, I don't know what any of my buttons are. So this is Y. Why am I here? And then... Ah! Okay, so I get my control scheme. My bad! Dang. Grab 5, 4, 1 up, and then the roulette. I'm getting all 5. Oh, shit. I didn't say anything! And that's the reason why I hate this game. I'm gonna rage on this game. This is a kid's game, by the way. I'm about to rage on a kid's game. Fortnite is acceptable. This isn't acceptable. Just let him have him. I had him right! God damn it. I had him right there. There's no way. I had him right there. There's no way. I can't make a comeback. I can't make a comeback.
First level down. I can't make a comeback. Come on. As a pro gamer, I am disappointed in myself. No! I'm not doing that again. Oh my god. I know we don't find like red ones. No! No, you didn't! No, you! Alright, let's just continue. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to be doing this. It's just a game. We're not trying to 100% it. We're not trying to 100% it. It's just a game. I'm not trying to 100% this game because it's not. Because it's gonna be hard. It's gonna take like a bunch of strategies. Ah! Bro, I'm just mad today. Like, why? Crap. I like this game though. I like this game though. Stars. Oh, my bad! I don't know, like, I think it's when I played it when I was little, I was just like, I had no intentions, but then, like, Baby Mario crying was always just like, oh, never mind. Your stars don't come back. We gotta go back. Nope. 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 I gotta go back. Let me. What happened to that? Thank you. And I gotta go all the way back. God dang it. Why did I do that? There we go. That's what I like about this game. That is probably the only thing I like about this game. That you can infinite fun, but like every single other fun is just like passes you by. So like, oh? I found a secret? Oh? Secret unlocked? I gotta get that now. We're gonna get all these. We're gonna get all the flowers. How many do I have? I have 4. Okay. And then what am I supposed to do? Oh, they're stars. My bad. They're stars. You know what? I did say I wasn't gonna 100% this game, so we're just trying to get through it. My goal for today is at least beat World 1. Please, 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 please. Flip! It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We beat level 1. We're good. We're good. We beat level 1. Woo! Ain't no fucking way I got 67 points! We out of stream. We're off. We're gone. Guys, I'm sorry. We're ending it early. I'm sorry, guys. We're ending it early. We're ending it early. Nope, we're ending it early. Guys, I'm sorry. We're ending it early. There's no way, bro. There's no way I got 67 points, bro. There's no way. There's no way I got 67 points. There's no way. There is exactly no way I got 6. No, we're off. We're off. Good night, everyone. I'm not doing this crap no more. No, there's no way. No, I'm done. Hey, man, I was just joking. Come on, chill. I was just joking, man. Come on, man. I was just joking. You know how silly I am. I'm just joking, man, okay? I'm just joking, and then, like, it doesn't show my gameplay, and then it just, like, blacks out. Like, let's see that happen. Okay, it doesn't happen. Okay, good. But I'm about to crash out. How in the world did I get 67 points? This is crazy. Always, you know what? This is probably like the only time where I'm glad not to have viewers, because y'all was probably gonna be spamming 67 in chat. Like, I can't even lie. Ah! Move! You better not. This is what I hate about Yoshi's Island, because, like, literally, flippin', you can't even catch a break. Dude, God dang! God! Oh my! There's no way. Alright, let's continue. That's probably the only thing I like about this. No, not the only thing I like. I like this game a lot, but this game has some banger tracks. This game has some banger tracks. Nope. Alright, let's go. Because I did say I was gonna, I did say at least get past, World 1. At least get past World 1. We're gonna be here for a while, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you dare. You're not doing, oh. Okay, the mid-ring. I like the mid-ring. Stars. I'm gonna camp. Oh, my bad. I think you're supposed to go this way? I don't know. I don't remember how to play this game. Oh yeah, another mid-ring. I would have said the meme. Helicopter! If y'all don't remember that. That was literally a good meme. I mean, it still is. It still holds up. I don't have it! Nope, we're not. Nope. We're not doing that today. Stars. You two are coming with me. Imagine I get it. The same one is crazy. Alright, but at least we beat it. That's good. Alright, we beat it. There's no way. Okay, bro. Alright, we beat it. That's good. We beat it. I like blue Yoshi. Ooh. I act like I'm playing Mario. Like, seriously, like, I'm acting like I'm playing Mario. Yes, I know how to pound ground. I know how to pound ground. Shut the... That was close. Like, seriously, that was close. These floors really crap. Yeah, I remember. I missed. Yep, there you go. Got a key. And I know we're supposed to use this key too, because... Don't tell me. Okay, yeah, you can do that. I didn't know you could do that. See, because I haven't had the Yoshi Island experience in a few years. No! This game was an op. Yep, we can go down here. Oh, that's where they come from. Nope, the nipper plants. I hate that word for some reason. Like it just, I'm not even gonna say it, but it just. Like I don't even think you're supposed to get up here. Like, that's how good I am. Yes! I don't even think you're supposed to get up here. W strat. Nope, because we gotta use this key. Let's go. We're going back. What do I even use this key for? And what did I even... Oh, you're serious, right? I can't go back. I have to get the nipper. Ah! I have to get the nipper. Come on. I didn't mean to do that. No! Wait. Actually. Yes! Let's go. I'm gonna go back, I think. Shoot, I'm trapped. Plants. Yeah, we're going down now. There it is! The door. There's the door. No! Shut up. There we go. My bad, twin. No. Oh, my bad! My bad, twin! Oh! Twin! No! Twin! Hold on! Hold on, twin! Hold on, twin! No! Oh my gosh! I can't go back. Aw, you're kidding. Nope. Nope, we're not doing that. Twin, that was so fun though. Like, that was literally good. Like, I actually want, like, I want someone to make a mini game off of that. That is literally like I've never been able to do that though. Because it was always so time consuming and like, I just never did it. But yeah, now that I know to do that. No! Don't you dare! Ooh. So if you guys are really wondering. Like, I'm just gonna put this out here. If you're wondering, I use the Yoshi button. Saved by the bell! Oh. I have 4! Wait, the last one was right there! Yes! I hate bonus challenges. I hate bonus challenges. Alright, we got 56. I don't like this one because I can mess up and then I lose everything. So this is the start for yep, you see how you just lose everything? Yep, you see just how you lose everything? Okay. Yep, you see how you just lose everything? Okay. Okay. Yep, you see how you just lose everything? You see how you just lose everything? And you don't even get what it is. No, I want to see the score. I'm mad about 1-1. I'm mad about 1-1. I'm mad about 1-1. Forget it, bro. I'm just mad about it. Wait, what's hasty? I got what? I am gonna take a break on this though. We're gonna beat World 1 and then that's it. Let's go. Thank you. No, you didn't! Wasting time. Crazy. I do like the 3D elements in this game. Nope, you ain't gonna catch me lacking. No more. No more. No more. You ain't catching me lacking. I love these guys. Nope. Oh, thank you. Dang! Dang, that's crazy. I'm right there. I'm right there. Oh my gosh! Can I not speedrun? Oh, Let's go. Or anything, bro. Dude! Oh my god! Dude, explain! Explain! I'm going crazy! I'm going crazy. No, you didn't! That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yes, I want to restart from the middle ring. Alright, we gonna speedrun it. You ready? We gonna speedrun it. We gonna speedrun it. We won't even need to make the bridge. Watch this. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yup. No! Oh, I had it! Ooh, that was so close though. Like I had it. Do I want to restart? Do I want to go for it again? Yes, I sure do. Yellow Yoshi is a speedrunner. Let's go. Woo! Break the pottery. There you go. Key. Crack. There we go! No, you didn't! Oh, you can't get in the door! That's stupid! You can't get in the door! Nah. We out. We're I was talking. We're gonna do it again. Woo! Yes! And that's how you do it. And that's how you do it. Give me my eggs. And that's how you do it. Give me my eggs. Give me my darn eggs. I'm clipping that. Give me my darn eggs. Keep running! Alright, let's go. No! What's this door? What's this door? We going back. Ooh, I wonder what this is. Nope, I'm going back. that hard. Bert is not that hard. Let's go. Bert is not that hard. Yeah. That's an Eggman line. Wait a second. So now we know who Eggman's stealing from. You really are a villain. You know what? I'm coming out in the open. Don't you test me, bro. My bad, twin. My bad, twin. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. My bad, twin. My bad, twin. You know what? I'm not scared to face you. I'm not scared to face you. Move back. I'm not scared to face you. You're gone. Blur it! Blur it! Blur it! I don't want that on my chat! Blur it. You don't want it. Blur it. Don't tell me I got what I got. Oh, I got 51. Nice. There we go. I got 51. So that's a castle well done. This is why I didn't start. This is why I stopped playing Yoshi's Island, right? Because one time. This is why I stopped playing Yoshi's Island. Why did you like this one? I think it's because I tried speedrunning this one. Like I just. Oh! No, you didn't! Oh! Oh, you died. Oh, I think I just jumped on his head and got it went up. That's great. Alright, let's go. Where you at, Ted? Where you at? Bitch. Where you at? There you go. I'm actually doing pretty well. Imagine I beat this and I think the only reason why I, like, I'm not doing well is because of this, like, setting. Shoot! Please, speed, I need this! My mom is kinda homeless. I can't do this no more, man. At this point, I can't do this no more. I'm not dead yet! I was dead. Man, I thought I was dead. Man, I thought I wasn't gonna be dead. Now I have to start all over. That's why I hated this stage, because I had to start all over again. I want to do this stage. I want to leave. I want to play Mario World or Yoshi's Story. Yoshi's Story is going to be brutal for me. I remember not liking Yoshi from the Mario World show because of how annoying he was. And I did not like Yoshi's Story because of the changes made to Yoshi's voice, because he used to speak. Shoot. Give me the ball. I'm gonna be teabagging. There you go. This is where we failed. Mario, we gotta be careful. I can't set, okay? Mid-ring! I've never made it to this mid-ring. So all of this is now new to me. All of this is now new to me. This is all new to me. This is all new to me now. Now, I don't even know what I'm doing. This is all new to me now. Chip is just here, like, hanging out. 2 more stars! Those were stars! Yup! I still got it! I still got it! Did I get all 5? Oh, I didn't get all 5, it's fine. We finally beat the level, and now we get to play as Brown Yoshi. Let's go. Yes! And I'm gonna lose it again. I feel bad, man. I'm gonna lose it all over again. All over again. This is gonna be crazy. Oh, I got 79 that time. Pretty cool. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, they're promoting gambling! Hey, they're promoting gambling! They're promoting gambling! They're promoting gambling! I want this one. You're not. Oh, because I can only do 3. My bad, twin. Okay, now I finally get to play as Brown Yoshi, my G. My G. Shy Guys on stilts. I've never played this one. You can't. He's back! Back! Back, I tell you! Something's up there. You thought I wouldn't see that. What's in here? What's that? And whoa. What are these eggs? What do I do with them? Yellow eggs create coins. Red eggs create 2 stars. Flashing eggs. Can the enemy receive these prizes? Okay. Coins. Flashing egg. A red coin. And a red coin. That's so cool. See, and I didn't even know about this. You wanna know why? Because I just was ill-informed. And we're in this. And we can't see. So we just... So we cannot speedrun this one because... Twin, where have you been? Nobody knows me like you do. I like you again and again. I see what I'm supposed to do. And I still failed it. Yep, go ahead, send me back. Yep, send me back. Nope. Nope. Oh, I didn't see you there though, and I can't see. Why did Brown Yoshi get in the? Oh, there we go. Move, twin. I have to somehow. I have to somehow shoot. Twin. Never mind. Oh, because it makes sense that we're still pressing the... No, you didn't! Thank you. It still makes sense that you're making me do all this work for no reason. It makes sense. Can we not go back here? Why you gotta be like that, twin? I'm gonna just start calling people twins. If I fail this... Twin, how did I fail that? I'm gonna go all the way... No, wait, actually, I want to do it. Oh my god, twin. Again? Alright, twin. There you go. Oh, man! I stood on the egg. I stood on the egg. W, twin, guys. 3. 4. Oh, there's stars. Boom! That's alright. Wait a second, how did he get here? He was in the... Wait a second, wait. That's fine, don't worry about it. Oh no. Oh no. I like this song though. Fuzzy get dizzy? I hope this isn't Touch Fuzzy get dizzy. It is Touch Fuzzy get dizzy. Oh no. I already failed. No. But I want to see what stage this is. No! I might, but you know what? I like this game. I'm going to continue this game. Oh! 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 Oh, we're melt. Oh, we're gun now. Oh, we're gun now. Oh, we're playing Fortnite now. Oh, we're gun. Oh. Oh, we're playing Fortnite now. Fortnite Battle Pass. Oh, we're playing Fortnite now. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're playing Fortnite now. Oh, man, it ran out. Got the bell! Ah, yeah, we were playing Fortnite. That was fun. We played Fortnite for a bit. Yeah, she's drunk. Chip, don't do this, please. Oh, fuck. Okay, he's fine. The effects are gone. Chip, don't do this, please. I like this song so much, bro. I like this song so much, bro. Imagine. Imagine. Nope. It was a good run, though. It was a good run, though. That was actually pretty fun. I like this game. You know what? I'll continue it under one condition. Under one condition. Under one condition. I'll continue this game under one condition. Under one condition. I don't know who this is, bro. I don't know who this is, bro. The slime. Oh, the slime! The slime is next. Okay, so it's not naval, but some. Okay, so I'm doing something, right? And if you know me, I cannot tell if this is a secret thing. I'm doing something where Alright, let's go, because that was unnecessary. Alright, let's go, 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 let's go. Oh my god! I can't do this no longer, bro. I'm cooked. Lol, I fell. That's crazy. W-L. I have one life. I have one life to beat this. Okay, these things are not platforms. They trick you. They're not platforms. Sushi, stop! 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 Bandit! 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 Chill out! Nope! Nope! I know! Ah! control Bandit. Bandit, come here. Bandit, come here. Psych. No, you didn't. Bro is rage baiting. He's a Bandit. This is Bandit. He's a rage baiter. Woo! Oh, so I can't do that. I messed up because I have to go back. Can I eat a bandit? You cannot eat bandit! This sucks. I'm eggless, I'm homeless. I'm eggless, I'm homeless, stock up on eggs, bro. The egg. You know how the egg market is now. The egg market is very. That's it. We done? I like the fact that you're spitting water. That's nasty. Go back to kindergarten with all that spit. Wait, but how am I supposed to get on? Aha! You see? My bad! Twin! Respect the pod, bro. That's a Delta. Oh, so I can't send the clip. That's crazy. Okay, well it's done. So at least I'm able to. Alright, we made it in the room, guys. We made it in the room. Did we get a follow? We got a follow? Oh, thanks for the follow. I mean, if we got it. Oh, wait, did we get a follow? Or did we not get a follow? Oh, I'm about to actually check. One clip, 32. Yeah, we got a follow! Thank you for the follow! Thank you for the follow! We're just sitting here playing Yoshi's Island because it's Yoshi's birthday. And we have free will, guys. Guys, if you ever want to spend time playing a game, please play Yoshi's Island. Did we get another follow? Golly! Hold on. Did we get another follow? Golly! I'm just seeing like a lot of follows. My gosh. No, we only got 32 follows. Thank y'all for the follow, though. I appreciate it. Thanks Alright, I'm ready. Even though I have no eggs. We gotta go. Oh, she's a swan. Not that big of a deal. Play it. Oh. That's the wrong thing, my bad. I was too into fast pursuit game, you know, and I just like got locked in. Ooh, we got 26. That's not good. Nice. Nice. Well, that's cool. So, oh, controller's gone. Alright, well that's Yoshi's Island. That was an experience. Next game! Next game, 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 next game. Flip. What do I want to do? Do I want to do Yoshi's Story now and get it over with? Or do I want to do Yoshi's... Do I want to do Yoshi's Story now and get it over with? Or do I want to do, what do I want to do? 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 You know what? Hold this.
Erode and destroy hearts of good souls.
So there was this Mario Flash game. My bad, my mic was off. So there was this Mario Flash game that I played, right? And we're gonna go Yoshi's Island. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna beat World 1. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna 100% World 1. That's what we're gonna do. So there was a Mario Flash game that I could not beat, and it was a long, long time ago. I might actually try to find it on my grandma's computer. I might try to find it.
I might try to find it, but if I do, I'll play it on here. But yeah, I'm using the PC port, by the way, of Mario World, so I don't know why it's doing this. And why did it have a timer? I'm scared. I think it was a glitch, like a bug or something. I think it was a bug. Like, there had to be a bug. I love this place. Okay, so now I see how to use my controller. Hey! Nice. So we're only beating World 1, that's it. And then Yoshi's Story. And then Yoshi's Story. I got stereo on. I love stereo. This is where everything... There we go. I'm playing this like I'm playing Smash. I should play Smash today. Hey! We got Yoshi! Literally the best character. Hands down, best character, best of 2025. Not even 2025, just like hands down, just the best. That's 26. There's a lot of other games that I do want to play today. I'm gonna speedrun this with Yoshi. Ooh, that was close. See how easy that was? Didn't even have to break a sweat. You see how easy that was? I've 100%ed this game, by the way, so we're gonna 100% it. Like, it's gonna be a regular on this channel. It's gonna be a regular. And I'm gonna speedrun this one too. Just watch. You know what? Let's jump off. Okay, there we go. And that's what I like about Yoshi, because oh! Spike protecting shoes. Let's go.
I'm about to say if I gotta just never mind. You see how easy this was? Yeah, there's some bugs in here. Like some fireballs not working, some stuff like that. That's not supposed to happen. And I just lost my only mushroom, okay. So I've got to lock in. Woo! Oh, that would have been cool. Nah, stay there. Sheesh! I'll see how easy that was. Literally, like the literally died. Literally died. Like I could beat this game if I wanted to. But yeah, we ain't got no time for it. We ain't got no time. We had to get through it. We had to get through Mario World. We had to get through Mario World. We had to get through Mario World because we have to go through one of the games that I don't like. I'm sorry, but I said it. That one of the games that I don't like. I do not like Yoshi's Story. I'm sorry, but I just do not like Yoshi's Story at all. Like, it's just not really that good of a game. Like, seriously, it's not that good. It's alright, but it's just not that good. Like, I'm putting it out there, it's not that good. I'm gonna put it out there, it's just not that good. Like, I'm serious. I'm just gonna put it out there, it's not that good. No one showed up from the Discord, so we just gonna end that because no one really showed up. It's like no one shows up to anything. Oh, because I didn't start it, my bad. I didn't even start it, my bad. Boy, I didn't even start it. Okay, so that's what I have to do. I have to start it, my bad. Alright, the one game that I do not want to play today. The only reason why I don't want to play Yoshi's Story is because of how annoying it is. Like, it is seriously annoying, but like, it ain't... Yoshi's Story also has a little place in my heart because, well, I played it as like a little kid. But, yeah. Yoshi's Story needs to be turned down. Like, I'm turning down volume on this. I didn't like Yoshi's Story at all. I'm sorry. I didn't like Yoshi's Story at all. I didn't really like Yoshi's Story. Like, it was just that game that I just... My thing ain't on. My thing ain't on. Oh! Why am my thing so big? Oh! Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll do multiple parts.
I do deserve doing multiple. I do want to do multiple parts of this though. It does sound. It does. It is a good game though. I can't lie. Yoshi's Story is a good game. I use. Okay, hold on. Set up left, right, up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. BA, start, Z, LR. There we go. The one game I didn't want to play the game. But it's okay. Melon, I love it. The one game I didn't want to play today because, well, these are little guys, not the big ones. So I think this, like, really does redesign. I want pink. I got this. I'm playing as pink. We need a Yoshi Story Master. I'll say that. Okay. Okay. Oh, you can't even. The heck? Oh, I see how bad this game is. Like, if you zoom in, it looks like the animations from, it looks like it was rushed. I'm a big sheet today. I'm pink today. You know what? I'm pink today. I don't care. I'm pink today. Whether you like it or not, I'm pink today. Whether you like it or not, I'm pink today. And you guys are just gonna love it. I'm pink today. I'm pink. Whether you like it or not, I'm pink. I'm pink. I don't care. I'm pink. Y'all just gonna have to deal with it. I don't know. Pink is like an underrated color, I want to say. He's underrated. Move out the way. Oh, so you can't do anything, man. Oh, so that's how that works. They look like the dorkly animation. That's what I'm trying to say. They look like the dorkly animations. On. Move. It's Pac-Man. Move! It's Pac-Man! It's Pac-Man! Move! Okay, I get 3. Nice. Yep, you're coming with me. Wait, is this it? Or is it just a different part of the story? No, it's a different part of the story. These levels are long. Oh, it's Fuji! Nice! Where are we going? Trying to run me over. Okay. Trying to run me over. Trying to run me over. No! Trying to run me over. Dang. This is probably like the farthest I've gone. This is... You know what all these paths remind me of? Deltarune. I just said that because, you know, all the paths you can take in Deltarune, you know, all the stuff you can do in Deltarune, you know, all the things that you can do. Yeah. So, if you can just understand where I'm coming from here, and you understand that, you gotta, like, you just gotta understand. Hey, y'all gonna catch me. We're speedrunning this. We're speedrunning this. There's a song here I do like, and I do want to use as a beat. We're hot. Wait a second. We were already here, though. What am I supposed to do? Did I take a wrong path? Yep, you can still do it. And that's why I like Yoshi's story. And that's why I like Yoshi's story, because you can still do, I'm actually gonna look this up now. Yeah, you're tired, I know. We gotta go. What are we supposed to do? And it's not even... Oh... Oh, I messed up. So it was small the whole time. I messed up. Okay, how am I supposed to fix this? OBS, please. Oh, OBS, please. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. My bad, son. I gotta get out of this. I didn't know it was gonna be small like that, though. Oh, my bad. You know what? I'll keep it like this. But I'll just play it like small. I'll sacrifice for you guys because that was my fault. Oh. And I just lost my last. What are we supposed to do? Oh! Okay. Nope. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Okay, so you went up. Oh! Oh! I see how this works. Yep. Where you at, cuz? Let's go, twin. Yo, where bro at? Where twin at? Oh, there's twin. Twin, let's go. Okay. You know what? I'm not talking because I'm locked in. And then it sends me back. Yeah, it sends me back. The heck? Don't tell me this entire game is just eating food. Don't tell me that's the case. Please 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 don't tell me that's the Please don't tell me that's the case. Please. Don't tell me that's the case. I gotta say there was something down there. Don't tell me that's the entire premise of the entire game. Come on, please don't tell me. 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 Don't tell me that was the entire premise of the entire...
Trash game. No. I can't do that.
What? That's Yoshi's story. That's Yoshi's story. I'm disappointed. Man, I thought there was an end goal to this. Man, I thought there was an end... No, I don't even want to play this game no more. Man, I thought there was an end goal to this, man. I thought there was an end goal to this, man. And I can just stretch it, right? Oh, I can't stretch it. Man, I thought there was an end goal to this. Man, I thought there was an end goal to this. Man, I thought there was an end goal. I thought there was an end goal. Man, that sucks. Well, that sucked. It's okay. I'll play more. Not now, but I'll play more. So that's it for Yoshi. Unless we play Melee, which I'm not trying to do. Oh, SRB2, that's what I was gonna do. SRB2, my bad. My bad. SRB2, that's what we were trying to do. My bad. We gotta update Slippy, bro. We gotta update it, bro. Gotta. Please, speed, I need this. My mom is kinda homeless. I live with my dad. I wanna help her out. Speed, I'm watching your stream. Why you trying not to laugh, bro? That's disrespectful as shoot, bro. Stop and laughing, bro. If I have the mod installed, like I should have it installed. No, add-ons. Supersonic Yoshi, there he is. Oh, my bad, twin. I didn't see that coming. My bad, twin. Hold on, okay. My bad, twin. We gonna zoom it back for you. We're gonna zoom it back for you. My bad, twin. Hold on. Here you go, twin. There you go, twin. Here you go. I'm also gonna put on Pac-Man. I remember when we did this, bruh. I remember when we did this so long ago. It's been so long since I played this game. Oh my flippin' gosh. Man, it's been so long since I played SRB2. Man, I'm crying, bruh. It's been so long since I played SRB2. How do you... Is that what I want to do? Yep, there you go. It's been forever so long since I played SRB2. Can we get out of this mode, please? Thank you. It's been forever so long. It's been forever so long, man. It's been forever so long. It's been forever so long, man. How do you... Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, there we go. It's been forever so long since I played this mod. Since I played SRB2 in a while. Whew, SRB2 is getting a little glitchy. Woo! My eye hurts. Well, it doesn't hurt, it's just irritated. I can find all the emblems in this stage because I know there's one around here somewhere. I want to say there's one around here somewhere. I don't want to jinx it. Shoot, excuse me. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, we passed it. It's around here somewhere, but we passed it. We passed it. That's it right there. First emblem, and then the second emblem's up there. As expected, the second emblem is up there. I love SRB2. I love SRB2. Hey! Finally, we have someone in here. Golly. What's up, Alpha Yoshi 11? Welcome to stream, where we do silly and random antics because today is Yoshi's birthday. So we do silly and random antics. How are you doing? How are you doing? Say thanks to Discord. Oh yeah! Thanks Discord, appreciate it. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm gonna turn down my mic because like it's a little bit too loud. Yeah, there we go. Yup. I'm doing alright. Oh. We're paused. Something's up. Oh, yeah, there we go. So I don't know if anyone in the Discord knows this, but we have the mod, the SRB2 mod, where you can flip and play as Yoshi. So, dedicated Tails fan. Oh, I forgot today's also Tails' anniversary. No, because Tails he was before. My bad. My bad, twin. I forgot. Alright, check out Discord. Alright, bet. My bad, twin. I forgot. That's not how that happened. Cause the other thing got. I gotta lock in. I'm about to sell. I need to lock in. Ah! I need to lock in. Quick. Alexa, I didn't need you, please. Why did you respawn? I didn't ask.
I didn't ask! I need you to lock in, bro. I need to lock in. Ooh, thanks for the follow. No problem. Oh, yeah. So we do random shenanigans here. For no reason. I might play something funny. I might play something funny. That's not Yoshi related. We got it. Full custom action through with 100 rings to call upon the legendary chaos that was nice. And then we have another one to do. Alright, let's go. Why should we need why we should need some reason to do weird things? You don't need a reason, just do it. Just don't mess your life up. Just I mean, if we're really speaking on this, be weird. I don't even care what you do. As long as you're not racist, as long as you're not as long as you're not a bad person, as long as you're not racist, I don't care who you are. I don't care what gender you have. I don't even care. Like, as long as you're just like a chill person and you're not like, as long as you're just chill like that. Exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. But yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, flip the judgmental people. That's why I do what I do. Like, I'm being no, hold on. I'm actually gonna preach wrestler. I'm actually gonna preach for a second. If I'm being as honest as I can be, I started YouTube doing nothing. Nah, like seriously, I'm not even joking. Like, I'd not start being on YouTube myself. Like, my mom put me on YouTube. Like, that's just how. Do not go to that channel, please. I'm too embarrassed by it. However, I'm just saying. I'm saying though. Like, y'all see Corey, y'all see Waka Waka, y'all see Waka Waka movie too. Y'all see all these creators. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying though. Like I'm being serious. Like, I have a game that I do want to play though. Nick A30's live. I have a game I want to play. I have a game that I want to show you guys, and it's gonna be funny and it's gonna be scary because I'm gonna scream so loudly that my mic is gonna break. I'm going to do it. I'm definitely. Oh. No! I think, because I already have like a video ready for you guys and everything, but I just have to like continue to edit it, and that's probably what I'm going to be doing after streaming. Like, I'm going to continue to edit this video. I'm going to continue streaming. I'm going to continue doing all these things, because that's what I like to do. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. We already at 250. At this point, I was about to quit the game. I need to lock in. I was about to quit the game. At this point, exactly. This is the Yoshi. I've heard this is the Yoshi sprite from Superstar Saga's remake. I think. I don't want to jinx it, but this is the Yoshi from the Superstar Saga remake on the 3DS. And then just somebody like slapped it and put it in mod. And I missed the point, I gotta go back. Okay.
Nope, this is not where I wanted to go. Yep. Oh, no. That opening. It looks suspicious. I'm going to it. I can't get to it. You know what? I'm not in. I'm gonna try to get in there. Please, no, I want to get in there. Let me in. Exactly. Let me cook. All right, never mind. Don't tell me I restarted the game. We have a bit of lag here and there. It's not that big of a deal. A little bit of lag here and there. Okay, I understand what I need to do. So I need to jump here, get on this platform, jump here. Now I'm back where I'm supposed to be. That's not what I wanted to do. For real. Let me go. No. Yep, there we go. Alright, we're leaving. We're leaving. I think I'm just gonna do green flower and then we're gonna do that game. We're gonna do that, it's a Baldi mod, but I do wanna, and I've already made a video on it, but the fact is I wanna play it because it, and I'm probably gonna beat it quickly because, well, Baldi's Basics Classic is literally like already like stapled in my mind, so I know like the whole map and everything. But and it's only one character, so like you can run, you can do all the stuff you normally are not supposed to do in Schoolhouse. But still, the fact is I need to get that off my chest. There is also a Mario mod that I want to check out though. Hold on, there is also a Mario mod I want to check out. So after this, I'm probably gonna check that Mario mod out and then do the Baldi's Basics mod. And no, I'm not talking about the so they are two Baldi's Basics mods, and one I looked at and it's pretty peak, and the other one is just like, and I'm sorry. The other one is what am I trying to say? Like a Mario-inspired Baldi mod, and it actually looks good, and I actually want to play it. It does not have Yoshi in it, sadly, but I do want to play it. It does look good. Bro, beg me, tag me when you're streaming if I can come every time. Then join the Discord! We have a Discord server! Join the Discord! Go on the bottom and then it's like the you're on it? Okay! Dang! I don't usually stream every day though, cause school. So I usually stream like on the weekdays, like Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. But I have school off, so I might be able to be doing some extra streaming this week. Bro. Woo! Bro, this gameplay, y'all might not see it on this stream, but this game, that was so smooth. I love that. That was so smooth. Oh my gosh, that was so smooth. I love that.
That was so smooth. 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 I love that. I love that. That was literally just so smooth. Oh my god. Alright, we off. Alright, we off. Alright, we off. Because it automatically saves. Unless we did not get the chaos one. Alright. So I gotta get the Baldi mod really quickly. Please stay on. Because I gotta get the mod real quick. Mario's. Yes, Mario's early years. Yes, 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 yes. Where that? Yes.
Over time they erode and destroy hearts of good souls in the dark.
I gotta play this, man. I gotta play this, man. I gotta play this.
Filled with dismay, laid along and fake too much, all the way through till the crumble. Into shattered down they go. Don't let 'em do it like that. You must know that I all things that made you weak. So wake up from no sleep. Don't refuse to be free. Let go. Toughest reason to break up.
Alright, we got the mod. We got the mod. Wait, did we get it or did we
Join
not?
the team. Gonna let the deadly fall down. Hey, it's time to rise up.
First mod of the day! First mod of the day!
Believe so things were playing their favors. Love's been broken, afraid of changing.
First mod of the day! Oh my gosh! First mod of the day. Okay. 33 followers. Alpha Yoshi 1. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Alright! The first Baldi mod that we're playing today. You know what it is. The first Baldi's mod that we're playing today is none other than Mario's Early Years Basic Mathematics 3D. This mod looks so flippin' cool, bro. I want y'all to see this so you find someone crazier than you. Oh, you're right about that, though. Alright, hold on. I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up. I'm about to pull it up. Hey, yo! You got the emotes? The better TTV emotes? Put one on there. If you have the emote. Put one on there. I actually want to see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't have it. Oh, you can get it. You can get it. You go down to emotes, right? And then it sends you to better TTV, right? And you can add it to like your Chrome. And then that's how you get it. And then you can get all my exclusive emotes. Like the speed laughing but it's chip. Alright, we're about to lock in. Alright, so this is the first, nope. I don't want you to see that. Alright, first mod. Mario's Early Years Basic Mathematics 3D. Let's go. Super Mario and all its rights and characters belong to Nintendo. This is a non-profit fan-made project made with the purpose to entertain. So please enjoy. I worked super duper hard on this. Also, this game is very spooky. If you're not used to spooky stuff, please proceed with caution. Thank you. And disclaimer.
Welcome to
Mario's Early Years.
Basic Mathematics 3D.
This looks fire. I actually want to see this.
Me.
Don't interrupt my intro. Alright, let's go.
Hello there. Welcome to my school.
Oh, shoot.
Use the analog stick. Go onto the classroom.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Okay. Okay.
Okie dokie, get ready to do some math.
Guys, I'm so bad at math.
I'm gonna keep
2 minus 8, that's negative 6. Uh-huh. 5 plus 7? 5 plus 7, that's 12.
Oh, yes. That's
Get out.
right.
Get out. 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 Ah! I'm studying maths at college actually. Nice. We gotta turn this down, bro. We gotta turn this down, bro. We gotta turn this down. I'm doing maths and computer science degree, so ooh, that could be funny though. Ooh, we gotta turn this down. I'm gonna turn this down for you. Turn this down for you. And I'm gonna turn this down for me. And I'm gonna turn this down for me. I'm gonna turn this down for me as well, cause I need to speak some truth. I promise y'all. I promise y'all, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. If I ever, and I mean ever. Oh shoot! We got 6 people in the chat. Okay, hold on. Okay, if I ever see 6, 7 in my chat, you're banned. I'm banning you. I'm banning you. I'm banning you. You're getting banned. I'm sorry, man. I literally just said it. You're getting banned, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I literally just said it. You're getting banned, bro. You're banned. You're banned. You're banned. You know what? I'll give you a second chance. I'll give you a second chance. If any of y'all say 6, 7 in my chat, y'all are getting banned. Are you dead? Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's the joke's saying the joke's not funny anymore. The joke's not funny anymore. Alright, the joke's not funny anymore. So, like, don't, yeah, it's not funny anymore. Like, it used to be funny, but now it's just not funny. Alright, I'm putting the volume back on for y'all. Alright, there we go. And the answer to this is 13 because, well, it's 13.
Yes, that's right.
We had 6 people. We had 6 people in the,
I knew you couldn't do it. See, you talk so well. Mario's gonna give you 5 coins as a prize. You can
Ooh.
utilize coins to buy goods around the school.
Okay.
But don't spend it all in one place.
Okay.
If you ever run out, make sure to check the yellow question mark blockers around the school with the A button. You might find a dime or 2 in there. Uh-oh, I almost forgot. You can also jump like me, Mario. First hold the B button to run, and then press the A button
What's the B button?
while running to do a jump. It's a very...
Oh! Oh, this looks so cool. Oh, you can jump in Baldi? Okay.
Problem 1.
The answer.
Whoa.
Oh my God, Mario. The answer's 12.
8 equals...
It's 12.
Keep it up.
And this one is
Problem
negative 1.
2. Correct.
I don't know what this one is.
Problem 3.
I don't know what this one is. Ah! Mario, I'm so sorry. Mario, I'm so sorry. Mario, I'm so sorry. Mario, we gotta go. Look at Mario. I wanna see Mario. Ah! We gotta go. Nope, I'm not trying to do that. Look at this! Bro, you can... Bro, stop!
Go.
Where's Mark? Oh, he right there. 6. -1. -1. I'm gonna give you a one more chance. Uh-oh. Who's behind me? No one's behind me. 5 nights at Mario Mathematics, the horror game. That's the principal. Okay, so we have to worry about him because that's the principal. No!
can't jump. I'm dead. Like he's right there. I gotta go. Oh my god. 10. Wait, actually, hold on. Because if I, hold on. So, no, we're not using that one. Logically speaking, hold on. So if I can jump, but Mario can't because he's literally just a Baldi clone. So if I can jump, if I cannot jump, that means his hitbox is all the way down there, right? I know game stuff. And so I'm just saying here, if I can jump over Mario, and I can juke him out and I can leave. That's what we're gonna try to do. I can juke him out and I can leave. Mario knows where you are. That's what we're gonna try to do. He's right there. Alright, that's because he's right there. Yeah! It worked! Yes! It worked! Oh!
Welcome to Mario Early Years Basic Mathematics 3B. That's me.
I sold. Bro, why did I log out the game? I just lost all of my progress. There's no way. That's what I get for celebrating early. We gotta redo it now.
Hello there. Welcome to my school.
That's what I get.
Okie dokie, get ready to do
10.
some correct.
That's
Problem
4.
two. Oh, yes, that's all.
Because I messed up. Alpha, I messed up. I messed up badly, bro. Alpha, I messed up badly.
Mario's gonna give you 5 coins as a prize. You can utilize coins to buy goods. Oh, I almost forgot. Problem 1. 5. Oh,
Wait.
you might be smarter than Mario. Oh,
I can just use my keyboard, bro.
right.
It's alright. We good. Hello to the 5 people that is in my stream right now. This is the show where things go wrong for the right reasons. My name's IHugh, and I just do silly random antics on Twitch. But I used to be on YouTube, like a lot. So welcome to stream. It's literally like the most amount of people I had on stream. I can't even lie. On a Twitch stream, this is the most amount. -2. Ooh, it's 2. 8. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Alright, let's go. Go. I don't trust this, bro. The 17. -3. No. Acceptable. Hey, Alpha, you still there? I'm just wondering. Oh! Oh, he's right there! Oh, he's right there! No, we ain't got time for that.
Go.
I'm dead. Oh, I'm right there. I'm dead. At least I got stamina back, but still, I might actually be dead. Like, there's no way. Bro, he's on my butt, bro. Better not come back for me. Bro, you on my butt, bro. Okay. I had to get the coins. I had to get the coins. Is there a map? Oh, there's no map. Okay, because this is classic. Okay, so there's no map.
because it's a rainbow.
I hate my job, but I love the queen. I'll bring you down so
Huh? What the? It's Wario, bro.
You better give me something good.
Just take my lock.
It belongs to me now.
Thank you. You took my key. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You didn't take my key. Thank you. Three, 6, and then there. Okay. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Okay. Yeah. So when he comes in here, I'm gonna jump over him and I'm gonna leave. Yep. Weren't thinking of that, Mario, huh? You weren't thinking of that, Mario! Yeah, you weren't thinking that was gonna happen, Mario, huh? You weren't thinking that was gonna happen, huh? Does this... Oh, I've already been here. Oh, I'm dead now. This is gonna turn right around that corner. Yep, I'm already dead. Yep, I'm dead. I tried. Woo! Man. I tried, guys. Guys, I tried. Guys, I tried. We failed. He's right there, guys. He's right there. I can't do anything because I can't stop. I can't stop! That's a classroom. I can't stop. Like, seriously, I can't. I can't stop. Like, I'm cooked. Woo! I'm cooked, man. I'm trying going up here. Woo! He's coming. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh no, I'm going to lose. Oh no, I'm going to lose. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. That's crazy. Alright. That's a good mod. That was a good mod. I like that. That was a good mod. So we lost. That's what happened. Oh! Alright. That was funny. Okay, now time for the scary thing. You know, I'm so lucky I got this game before because they took it off of Game Banana and I can't get it and you can't get it anymore. So I'm glad I got this game when Aaron the Grim got it and Thing got it. And I'm actually gonna show y'all the video that I was trying to make for y'all. Like, I'll give y'all a sneak peek. So the video that I was going to make for y'all is it was gonna be about this Baldi's Basics mod called the Scary Bear. And if you know what bear I'm talking about, we're talking about the har man, not the bear from Yogi Bear or any of the, like, are there bears in Mario? Alpha, are there bears in Mario? You know what? I feel generous. I don't know why I feel generous. Hold on. How I'm actually gonna, I'm feeling generous. Like, I'm seriously feeling generous today. How do you literally, oh, alright, hold on, before you go, how you make people, how in the world do you make people a mod? I'm gonna mod this guy, I'm gonna mod him. How do you make this guy a mod? I'm gonna mod you. How do I make you a mod? I don't know. I'm gonna find out how to make you a mod, man. I'm gonna make you a mod. Mod view. Ah, mod view. Okay, maybe this will work. Cause I'm gonna make you into a moderator. You want to join streams? You want to be like a part of the community? So I got you. I'm a mod you, bro. You're now an official moderator, bro. Congratulations. Welcome to the modding community. Yeah. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'll take it away in an instant. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Thank you for joining. And no! You can't ban me, bro! Nah, you know what? I'm taking it away now. I'm taking it away. Nope, I'm taking it away. I'm joking. Chill. Okay. Let me get this thing in before you leave. Crap. Yeah. Alright. DaVinci Resolve. Unless I can't. And then I have to do... Okay, fine. DaVinci Resolve. Boom. Text me next time and I'll come, bro. See ya. Alright, see you. Alright, so the mod that we're gonna play is we're gonna be playing this mod. I'm gonna show you this mod too, because it's funny.
Hell no!
Like, y'all have already seen this part.
Please, I need this.
That's what we're playing, bro. And I gotta edit this video too. I gotta continue to edit it because we I gotta flippin' do the thing. So yeah, that's how that happened. So we got our first moderator. Our first moderator. We're gonna play the scary mod. We're playing the scary mod. Let's go. I'm gonna scream. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Don't ever sing that again. My apologies. Don't ever sing that again. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I get no privacy. Alright, we're playing this game. Let's go. Ooh, super scary, guys. Super scary. Ah la la. We gonna beat it first try. Bruh. I don't trust this, bro. He can get you at any time, bro. Shoot. Oh my god. We gonna get the lock. We need the lock. We need the lock. Go away, bro. Go away, bro. Okay, he's gone. Thankfully, he's gone. Thankfully, he's gone. Bruh. We gotta stay in this classroom because I don't trust the. He might come back in. Shoot! My gosh, bro. I'm scared, bro. Alright, we gonna go. Let's go. There's the locker right there. Please, Speed, I need this! What y'all said in the chat, bro? I'm just trying to hold my laugh in, bro. Is he coming back in here? Let's go. Sometimes you can't trust him. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna do some risky stuff. Okay, let's go. Dang! He's fast. My gosh, bro, he's fast. We can beat this though. We've done it before. We can beat it. Wait, I've never beaten this though. Oh my god. 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 Dang, we're locked in. We got. I'm not even gonna say it, but I know exactly where that last notebook is at. So we gotta go. We gotta go. Like seriously, we gotta go. It's right there. God dang it! Oh my god! No!
serious?
Just not even gonna look. Man, you thought you was gonna get me. What's up, twin? Ah! Now I'm off. 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 I'm not doing that. What's up, twin? I'm not doing that. What else should I do today? Cause that was a lot. What else should I do today? Cause that is a lot of something. That is a lot, bro. We live on Twitch. Every single Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. I'm live on Twitch, Instagram, Discord, Snapchat. Well, not Discord, but still. Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, whatever y'all want it, whatever. I don't know what to do. I need suggestions. Okay. What do I do on stream now? I need I don't even know what to do. Memes? Alright, next. If I laugh, I have to no map Baldi's Basics Plus. If I laugh, I have to win Baldi's Basics Plus without ever using my map. Ever. If I laugh. Raldi's has updated to the latest version. I'm scared, bro. Game library. Can't move, please. Install games. 2028. Review game. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Flip. I wonder if anyone's online in Smash. But yeah, I guess I'll watch some memes. But yeah, I guess I'll watch some memes. That sounds like a good idea. I'll watch some memes. Sounds like a good idea. Alright, bet. Hey, yo, who's still on stream? Or is nobody on stream? Oh yeah, someone's still there. Somebody's still there. I bet you it's my Google, bro. Ain't nobody here, bruh. Ain't nobody here, bruh. But yeah, dang, man. Yeah, we gonna watch some memes. Let's go. Window capture. Memes. Let's go. Memes. But if I laugh, I lose, and I don't even know what to do next. Memes, but if I laugh, I lose. No.
shoot. No. Alright, fine. Memes that ended humanity's problems. Let's go.
Working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual.
If I laugh, I lose and I have to flippin'. If I laugh, I lose and I have to do no map Baldi's Basics Plus.
Deep end like usual.
I get 3 lives, let's go.
Working on a weekend like usual. Way
Alright.
off in the deep end like usual.
Alright. Let's go. I'm not Junior Real Discord, bro.
And ask him if I had a rose toy. Do you know how messed up that is? I can't even see my dad.
Everyone, everywhere.
Let's not.
This is fake. This fake.
This is fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's
I laughed. Let's go back, cause I laughed. Right here, I laughed.
This is fake.
Alright,
This
let's go.
fake.
This is fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now. That's fake.
I feel what?
What? Damn, that bitch black as fuck.
Huh?
Fuck you, nigga. You don't know.
What are you doing?
What we do is we have airplanes.
She said doo-doo.
Let's not.
I'm happy. I look good. I look a little good.
Listen, I'm not gonna say I'm hating on the fit, but let's move on, okay? Now, in
Celebrity by their hair.
Billie Eilish.
Yeah, Billie Eilish.
You guys are fast. Locked in?
Yeah, locked in.
I'm sorry. It's Elon.
Phone and handle your goddamn business. You know you got shit to do. Get up off your ass. Stop scrolling on.
Never mind. We're not watching memes. Never mind. We gotta watch memes when we older, bruh. I can't do this, bruh. What we gonna watch? That's so good. That Never mind. We're not watching memes. You know what? Messed it up. All right. Crap. What am I gonna do? Cause I'm bored. Bored as flip. I don't have nothing to do. We're not doing Mario. I guess I'll play Mortal Kombat. That is something I do feel like doing. So yeah. There we go. Oh, cause I gotta. Oh. Alright, let's go.
Round one, fight. Well done. Wins.
Medium 4. I'm fighting Jax? Okay.
Round one, fight.
Oh!
Gotcha.
There we go.
Round two, fight.
There we go. Lock in. Lock in, chat.
Round one, fight! Impressive. Excellent.
Easy work.
Round two, fight!
Woo! Nice.
Round three, fight! Phenomenal! Outrageous! Finish him!
Hey! Ha! Mortal Kombat 2.
Wins. Fatality.
Something I didn't want to do, but okay, that's what you get. Let's go.
Round one, fight!
I would have gotten a flawless, but nah.
Round two, fight! Outrageous! Finisher!
Boom!
Wins. Fatality.
That is crazy. I'll put something in the chat.
Round one, fight!
Just to put something nice.
Round two, fight! Exceptional! Phenomenal! Excellent! Finish him!
Boom! With the flippin' boom!
Wins. Flawless victory.
With the flawless.
Fatality.
Flawless fatality is crazy. Woo!
Round one, fight! Flawless. Superb. Superb.
There we go.
Wins.
Gotta have flawless.
Well done. Outrageous. Finish him.
my problem. Not my problem. I think
Round one. Fight. Phenomenal. Outstanding. Flawless. Wins. Round two. Fight. Finisher. Wins.
oh gosh.
Round one. Fight. Flawless. Wins.
There we go.
Round two. Fight.
Nice, Katana. Nice, 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 nice. I'm not gonna win.
Round three. Fight.
Crazy work. I was a bit rusty. I was a bit rusty back then. Start net play. Who is on? Okay, let's go. Alright, let's see. Because we're going to do Alright, yeah, no online Smash today. No online Smash today. Alright, so, I really got nothing else. I'm bored. Now I'm bored, because I really got nothing else to do. Maybe we can do some... That's what it is that I was supposed to be doing. Okay, give me a minute.
Welcome everyone to Streets of Rage 4. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Woo! Can't wait to play this. This is the turning point of the stream where things get serious. We're gonna do two things. Boss Rush and Arcade Mode. Boss Rush should be easy. Arcade Mode is what's gonna hurt. Skate. Oh. with his inline rush, his somersault kick, his jogging strike, and his spinning attack. Crazy work. There ain't no way, bruh. Crazy work. Dang, I didn't even get a chance to move. I need to learn my controls again. How? done. Alright, we got it. Why do I keep pressing that as the pickup button? I think it was the pickup button for me. And the star button was up top. That's why I keep messing that up.
Backup requested.
That was a good run. Okay, I think I understand why my input setup. Okay, so my pickup is my Y, my start move is this now. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, my bad. Laura! That's crazy. That's crazy. I'd never. That's crazy. At this point, you got this. Boom! Hey Nora! It's been a while. And that's it. God dang it! Alright. We just need to do the arcade mode run. We just need to do the arcade run. I have a certain song that I want to use to play this instead of using what am I about to say? Instead of using crap. Hey, Shinobi is alright, we gotta get over with. This is the final time that I'm going to be doing. Well, I want to do hardest. I'm gonna do hardest. No resets. No nothing.
Just pure Streets of Rage. That's my star move. That's my fault. You know what? I do want to reset now. Just forget what I said. Forget what I said, bro. You know what? I'm moving. Keyboard. Alright, back on controller.
I'm just locked in at this point. Crap. You know what? I want to try something. Hey, hey. Ah! I didn't like that. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Wait, actually, it is Sonic 2's anniversary today. And it is Yoshi's anniversary today. So, I mean, maybe? I mean, it is Sonic 2's anniversary, I can't lie. This is so slow. That's crazy. Can you do that? 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 No. Can you do that? Can you do that? Can you do that? Can you do that? Is that possible? No. Nah. This is just wrong. Okay. This is just wrong. This is just wrong. Let's not. At least we get most of it. Ground pounds in the key. You can't. Okay, you can. No! I like how they put the fuzzies in there. It makes so much sense. Woo! Metal Sonic. Boom! We did it, boys. We did it, boys. W. We did it, boys. Yoshi is slow. I knew they were gonna put something. Wait. I'm just locked in at this point.
Nice! And we're leaving with a slow 100. I gotta make a quick step. Nice. I wonder what the bonus stages are like. I can't even lie. Or are there just no bonus stages? I missed every single one of those rings. Huh? I literally just, oh yeah, I just did that. And Yoshi's now in jail. Good job, everyone. We put the Yoshi in jail. Good job, everyone. We're off. We put the Yoshi in jail. Good job, everyone. Alright, so, I kinda...
You probably remember Goku's two Uzara transformations from their original anime, once at Pilaf's castle and the other at the 21st World Tournament, but we actually get to see Goku transform a third time in the 1997 multi-part Dragon Ball and Dr. Slump crossover. After looking at the moon, we're treated to an honestly weird transformation before Goku goes absolutely ape. After rampaging through Penguin Village, Goku is confronted by the military and even tanks a full power blast from the powerful Botchaman. However, Arale is able to exploit the weakness of Goku's tail and quickly dispatch him. You probably remember Goku's two Uzara transformations from their original anime, once at Pilaf's castle and the other at the...
Yeah, we hit 250 subs. We still here. Oh, alright. I feel like that's where I'm just gonna end off, cause like... And now he's in jail. Come on, guys. We're better than this. Alright. I feel like, oh, I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do now, cause now I'm bored. Do we just play, Oh, I know exactly what I want. No. We could let Yoshi go into Dungeons of Infinity. Yeah, let's let Yoshi go into the Dungeons of Infinity. That's a good idea, Leia. Let's do that. Get off. Dungeons of Infinity. Stats. Options. Controls. Game. Character. Alright, let's go! We about to... Nah, go back. Go back. No, bro. My gosh. No, bro. Alright, let's go. Lock in. I guess the doll. Okay. Oh! 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 Alright, so this is some lore. This is actual lore. For real! For real! Yes! Okay, so basically, the lore of this entire thing is. Let's go. Hyrule Castle. Don't know how. Oh, I didn't mean to push that! Okay, let's go. Bro is on his rampage. This better not give me anything good. It's a good idea to start with a random key. But nah. No, I didn't do that! Oh, we're cooked.
Ooh, we got the key. Okay, okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. Waiting on us. Oh my god. We're safe for now. Nope. Nice. How many gemstones do I need? I need something to heal with. Mouser. Get me there. Ah. My inventory's full. Does it stay there? Oh, it stays there. I'm dead. Nice bombs. If I die to a mouse, I'm gonna crash out. Come on. Wait, actually, I want to see who chatted. Hold on, my bad. My bad. I'm locked in, y'all. My bad. Let me check my darn chat. Who this? Wasn't expecting this. Who's this? Oh, I'm about to actually check. Hold on. Because I can't see. I can't see. I'm legally blind. Oh, Yoshi and Link to the Past. Wasn't expecting that. Welcome to the stream. I'm bored, so we don't really have anything to do, but we did play Yoshi's Island. You missed Yoshi's Island, you missed Yoshi's Story, which was very disappointing, by the way. I was disappointed. Like, that's the whole purpose of that was to eat food. That's crazy. You missed Mario World, you missed, but it's alright. It doesn't matter what you missed. The point is you're here now, and that's all that matters. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it's Yoshi, and we're dead. Oh, I did good though. I'm gonna do another one because I want you to see how it looks. So this is a fan game called Dungeons of Infinity. I'm not a big fan of story either. Exactly, story is basically the I'm not gonna be mean or rude, but story is the big bad game. I can't lie, story is just the big bad game. There we go. What do you guys say? Oh, I didn't mean that. Okay, you don't doubt. What do you got? No, what do you got to say? Exhibit tapes. Light torches. What's that actually better? Oh, so I can just instantly light up torches. Oh, so I can instantly like walk up to the thing and light up the torches. Okay, this. Okay, I like this. I like this. I like this. You know what? Oh my gosh, bro dropped his entire wallet. Gosh, how are you doing today? Flippin'. I'm gonna die. Yeah, see, I'm already at 1 health. I'm bad at Zelda. There we go. I'm not really that good at Zelda. Wait a second! What? Okay, I got a sandwich, so that's good. I got a sandwich. Can we not? Can we not? I'm just bad. I'm just bad, honestly. I'm just bad. Just bad for real. I can't do this, bro. I'm just bad. I'm literally so... My gosh. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! We're gonna try this one more time. One more time, and then... I'll let you choose a game. I'll let you choose a game that we're gonna play. I'll let you choose a game. I like a bunch. Not like a bunch, but like... I have some games. Here we go. No, ain't nothing over there. Ooh, a chest! Can a Dr. Drake is crazy. Oh, the kinstone. Nice, 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 nice. That's gotta have to be. There's no way it can soft lock me right like that, right? Exactly, that's a key. Dang, he dropped his entire wallet! That is a massive Twitch donation. That is a massive video game Twitch donation. It's crazy. Bro, don't you... Alright, we playing something else. We playing something else. We playing something else. We playing something else. I can't. Alright, hold on. Let me pull up the desktop real quick. Alright. I do have some stuff that we aren't playing because they're series only. But here's the stuff that we have. We got all these. We got some Game Jolt games. Right here, we got these 3 Game Jolt games. This one does not, because my PC is just like bad like that. This one does not like work as well. So we got all these. We got Game Jolt games. And then we got Streets of Rage 4. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Because at this point, I'm just bored and I'll just let somebody pick my game. So what do you want? What game you want to see me play? At this point, I'm just bored. Hold on. Streets of Rage 4? Okay! Alright, Streets of Rage 4 it is. You like Streets of Rage? Like, seriously, like, do you like Streets of Rage? It's a pretty fun game. I can't lie, it's pretty fun. There you go. There you go. I'm gonna do a survival run. I used to play. I remember like which one was it? Like the what is it? The vintage collection? Was it the vintage collection? Was it like the Ultimate Genesis collection? Or was it the new one that came out? Not the other new one that came out. The Ultimate. No, not Ultimate. I forgot which one it is. Yeah, but I think you're talking about the vintage collection, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Ultimate Genesis Collection for PS3. Oh, nice. I grew up with the Wii, but I was little when I had it, so I didn't really play on it as much. But when I played on it, I did not play Wii games when I played on my Wii. I don't know why that looks like that. I'm gonna turn that down. I don't know why that looks like that. That's fine, it doesn't matter. So in this one you can have alternate moves. So it's like you can get like new moves because you play this mode a lot. So you can get like new moves. Like normally you see like the corkscrew kick on Skate on this one. He can now have a flip. So and you get specials. So like this is DLC content. But yeah. I like Streets of Rage 4, it's pretty good. Like, it's one of those games like, oh, they came back, oh, it's so good. But then they actually cook with the base game. They bring, it's like, I want to say it's like Bubsy 4D. Like, they're doing, like, Bubsy 4D is doing the same thing. Like, they're bringing back everything. They're bringing back all the reminders of what this game, how this game used to be so good. And they still keep it the same way, but make it more modern. And that's what I like about Streets of Rage 4. Like, it's just more modern, like, in a sense. So, like, even the people who did not grow up with Streets of Rage can still play it and still have an idea, like, oh, this is probably what my parents played, or something like that. Ooh, and I fell. I think I'm gonna die here. I think I'm gonna die here. Like, seriously. Because I am... the fire's too much. I'll go for it. There we go. Nice. I just fell twice just because. Retro stages are good right about now. Please give me a retro stage. You gave me a retro stage. Thank you so much. That was the easiest boss I've ever faced. And I get an extra star. Skate can be faster, or we can get 4 rockets. Hey, yo, tell me! Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna see it. Alright, I'm gonna give you a choice. Rockets or speed? What do you want? You get speed, you have like an extra amount of damage on your move. Or you get rockets. Cause I want speed, but I don't know. I want speed, but I don't know what to do. Rockets? Okay, you said rockets. Got another star. Ah, yeah! I like rockets. We do need the extra damage, and we do need the extra... I'm gonna ally. Ooh! Okay, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. I need you. I need you. You're with me. You're with me. You stay with me for the entire round. I like you. Stay with me for the entire round. Nice. Toxic special or fire blitz? I mean, because I do use my blitz a lot, so yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the blitz. And I do use my thing a lot. Alright, this is your next choice. This is your next choice. After, when I beat this boss, then it's gonna be your choice. Oh, it's Axel. No health taken down at all! Alright. I personally want the 3 stars. However, since this is yours, you get to choose. Either you get a golden knife, a golden boomerang, or you give me 3 more stars. What do you want? I'm gonna still move around. I'm gonna still get all the items. But, you choose. 3 stars or a golden weapon. Three stars, yes! Alright! Stars are very useful. Stars are very useful. I like stars. This is a retro level, I think. What did I just see? I gotta put the controller down for a second. What in the hell did I just see? No, never mind, no, you good. I'm joking. There's more. I got it. Old school rules, your special moves cost 40% less health, but you cannot restore health by hitting enemies or defense. I'm gonna take defense because that is just wrong. This is a good run. This is a good run. I like this one. I hate these guys so much. They always ruin your combo and everything. That is a good run. Gosh. Fire heavy attacks or golden pipe, taking the fire heavy. Oh! W. Damage dealt when your health is below 15 minutes. I want damage dealt. Alright, this is your next choice. If I can win and beat this boss. If I can win and beat this boss. We're dead. Yep, I'm dead. Shoot! Move! Give me a turn. Okay. Oh, okay. We got him. Alright, here's your choice. An extra jump, fire weapons, or I lose less damage when my health is below 50%. What do you want? So 50%, double jump, or fire. Extra jump, alright. Alright, good choice, good choice, good choice. Good choice. Oh yeah. I'm about to die. Thank gosh for the apple, bro. No, we're not doing that. What we're not doing is that. I died. Oh, what is that? Is that Game Jolt? Oh, that's Streets of Rage 4, my bad. We died, bro. That was a good run. 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 I'm not watching it. It was a good run. That was a good run. Oh man. I made it to 13. You had a good run. That was a good run. You go up to 100? I want to see 97. I want to see 97. Okay, I want to see how this works. I want to see that. 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 Level 1. Oh my god. Let's see if I can do it! Woo! They hit hard! Woo! Yeah, no, I was not winning. I was not winning. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm not winning, man. Alright, we gotta get off Streets of Rage. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. We gotta get off Streets of Rage. We gotta get off. We gotta get off. I can't. Alright, no more Streets of Rage. No more Streets of Rage. Alright. I do have 2 things that I can do right now. No, actually 3. I want to make a poll. I want to make a poll. I want to see if I can make a poll. I will make a poll. If I can't make a poll, I will. But I'm gonna see. How I need to make this darn poll. That's crazy. I'd never. That's crazy. Hey, Alva's back! Hey! Yeah, we've been on here for like, yeah, we've been on here a while. Address 9 and I just seek. The stream elements on 3D, and then me, and then Alpha. What's up, y'all? Oh my gosh. Alright! I wanna make a prediction. Oh, it's not available? I can't do a poll? Hold on. How to do a poll on Twitch. I was a mod. Oh, see. I just got trolled by my dog. What happened? Alright, hold on. Let me see. I can't do it. Nah! That's crazy. I'd never. Alright! All of you Saiyans! All of you Yayans! All of you, whatever you want, whoever I want to call you. All of you Yayans have 2 choices to have a choice to make. All of you Yayans have choices to make now. Either y'all want to see me do a no map run of Baldi's Basics Plus, or hold on. Either y'all want to see me do a no map run of Baldi's Basics Plus, or I go back a game, I go and download Baldi's Basics Classic Remastered, and I try to get the secret endings that I missed. For real. Exactly. Alright, what should we do? Should we do Baldi's Basics Plus no map run? Or should we do the secret endings in Baldi's Basics Classic Remastered? I'm gonna put it to a vote. Because there's 5 of you in here. I know one is my laptop because I have to have it there. Ain't nothing going on, bro. The secret ending truly. You want to see that? That's what you want to see. You want to see me do that. Alright. So, I gotta go to my library because I have to flipping download it again because Classic Remaster. I want to see if I can... Yeah, see? Look at this. We beat Classic, Demo, Party, Basics and Speedrunning, and No Bullying in the Halls. Alright, let's go. We gotta install it. We gotta install it, chat. Chat, we've installed it. Oh, I haven't played this game in so long. It's been a while. I can't look at my Discord server. I gotta be there in like 5 minutes. I gotta be there at like 3, but I don't want to be there. I want to be there. I'm gonna go. Just playing League. Wait, no, I didn't want you to leave. Oh, okay. So we're gonna go into Baldi's Basics Classic Remastered, right? I'm playing League of Legends. Hey, I respect that. Alright. Man, I haven't played this game in so long. Y'all want to see the last time I played this game? Like, seriously, y'all want to see it? Because it's been a very, very long time since I played it. You know what? I don't even care. I'm gonna show y'all. Because that's how good I am. I stopped ranked the game for 1 year already. That's crazy. I don't even think I want to hop on League of Legends. I think I don't know. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Right. I'm gonna show y'all what we're literally doing on this game. I'm gonna show y'all. So, what we did, it was a long time ago. Like, look at all, y'all can, no, it wasn't that long. But, we beat demo mode and we beat party mode off camera. And then we bought Baldi's Basics Plus. Right? If we go to live, right? This is literally my most viewed stream with 224 views. No cap. I used to be on YouTube like every day. And I played this game a lot. Yes, that's me, by the way. I played this game a lot. So, the last thing we did before I did not play this game anymore is we did the secret endings and then we just quit and we never went back to it. That's what we did. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get those secret endings. However,
welcome to Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning. That's
okay. I still have my stuff. I still have it. Okay, thank God. If I can beat
classic mode with all the answers wrong. I'm gonna be so happy.
Oh, hi.
On my first go.
Welcome to
I
School
forgot
Lab.
what to do,
Now
man.
it's time for everybody's
Negative
favorite subject.
Come back. I didn't mean to. Oh wait, I'm supposed to get him wrong. My bad. I'm supposed to get him wrong. Boy, I'm supposed to get him wrong. Yeah, we see you. Keep some stamina. Okay. 9. Oh my god, I have to get them all wrong. I messed up because I had to get them all wrong.
Basics in education and learning. That's me.
Party mode, you have to get the teleporter. And then... Alright, let's do demo style first, because demo is pretty easy. And I played Baldi's Basics Plus.
Oh, hi. Welcome
8.
to my demo. Great. Come here and get your prize. A shiny quarter. Just
So, last time, when we played this last time, alright, I'm hold on, so I can pull up Twitch chat. We're finished. Bro, I've just finished writing a song and it looks poetic as my friend says. Ooh! Okay! We're working on the instrumental right now? Nice. That sounds cool, that sounds cool. Hold on. I do music, but I only do like mixes and stuff. I don't really do like, ooh. I want to hear it though. I want to hear it. Not now, but I want to hear it. Not now, but I want to hear it. No, you didn't. Stop. 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 Thank you. Cloudy copter, more like cloudy. I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't show you because you won't understand the lyrics are so important. Okay, I'll listen to it later and I'll get back with y'all. I'll listen to it and then I'll get back with y'all. As long as the instrumental sounds good, that's all I wanted. If you push Baldi. Okay, good. You don't push Baldi.
I am coming.
Shut up! You're gonna tell on me. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, principal's right here. We're gonna go to the cafeteria, get the beast up. What? Oh, this is demo style, my bad. This is demo style, my bad. Imagine being a French person. Oh yeah, you are French. I forgot about that. Don't really like that joke. I don't really like that joke anyways. Like you know how like people just say wee wee? I don't like that joke. It's not that funny. So I'm not gonna say it. Thank you for the follow! Alright, we got 5 out of 7 notebooks. I know you better not be where I think you are. You better push me immediately. Boy! Oh, he can't get me. Because he's upside down. Boy! With the T sound that in French we're not. No.
15 seconds.
What's with all the quarters?
For you. Your parents will hear about this one.
0. And then I gotta go around. Hey, did we get another follower or something?
Let's play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, let's play. Let's play again. Sometime soon.
Shut up! What? Try to listen to KYO. He's stuck! Guys, look! He's stuck! He's stuck! Oh! Imagine, L, imagine. Aha, you're stuck. You're stuck. You're so stuck, bro. You're so stuck, bro. Imagine. Imagine being stuck. Couldn't be me. Imagine being stuck. Imagine being stuck. Miss Man, you need to fix your game, bro.
2, 3, 4.
You need to fix your game, bro. Easy W, exactly. And we get in the secret ending. Bro, move! This is just explorer mode. At this point, it's just explorer mode. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. Uh-huh. That's what you get. And this is where I have to go.
Congratulations, you found
But where do I have to go? I'm about to look it up. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Bro, Baldy got stuck. That's crazy. Somebody needed to clip that. That's crazy. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Where do you put the portal poster? I'm trolling. I won't say it. I see us. I see you, bruh. I see you, bruh. At in Baldi's Basics Classic Remastered. I know you have to. Do you have to put it on the wall? The safety scissors in the middle. The room behind the principal's office to access. What? Is it random? Is it random? Cause even though Baldi is stuck, we only have one shot at this. And if we mess this up, we have to redo the whole thing over again. Noah 938. If you mess me up, Noah 938. A whole ton of luck. You're lucky you'll have this video. We're gonna be so around the school. Okay. Yeah, that was like the last thing I got. Okay, where do you what classroom do you have to go? Oh, so we're in the room now. Okay. We have to.
All you need to do is
We have to go right here. Hey yo, let's laugh at Baldi. If there's a laughing emote, let's laugh at Baldi. Cause I know he's right here. Right? Hi Baldi! Hey! Laugh at him! Y'all! Laugh at him! Laugh at him! He deserves it! Laugh at him! Laugh at him! Laugh at him, bro. We need to laugh at him, bro.
Ready, go!
Baldi's flipping stuck, bro. Laugh at him! Yeah! That's what you get, cuz! My bad, gang.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Bye, Baldy. I hope you enjoy being stuck, huh? So now what we have to do is we have to
No running in the hall.
Okay, it's fine. No, it's fine.
20 seconds.
Cause it's explorer mode now. It's explorer mode now. It ain't really that big of a deal. It's explorer mode now. So what I gotta do is I gotta go all the way around the school again and I have to answer the bonus questions. And I'm not triggering the exits because, well, I don't want to. I might have to trigger some exits. So I have to answer all the bonus questions. 6. Alpha, I'm watching you. Yeah, see, it says 1 out of 6. Hey. Okay. Go, 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 go. 4 minus 3, 1. Hey, so there's somebody on a server I'm in, and he tried beating Baldi's Basics Classic Remastered, and he failed miserably. So this is this entire run is dedicated to him. Not me. No, Baldi's right there. We gotta go in that classroom. Bro, it's ruining my eyesight! What the heck? My God! It's ruining my eyesight! Oh my gosh! I wasn't running. Stop. Where's the 0 at? The 0 is around here somewhere, but where? I don't see the 0! I'm done. Bro, it's making me... Bro, oh my gosh. I don't like red, bro. Exactly! I don't like this! That's why I didn't like the original Baldi, because, like, it just ruins your eyesight. But I'm glad that Plus is better now. Bro, move, Cloudy Copter, move! I know where the last one is. Unless I got the last one. 4. Okay, yeah, this is the 4th one. 5th one. 6. Don't say it. And then the last one is... Where is the last one? Because I already got those 2 up there. Where did I?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I didn't. That's what I didn't do. I didn't. I didn't run. I didn't run, bro. At this point, just take me.
25 seconds. Detention for you. You should be.
Bro, it looks terrible. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's go.
I see you.
Yes, push me, push me, push me. Guys, don't sue me. I'm sorry. Sue Michael. Don't sue me. Because I didn't do nothing. Yep, I knew it. 0. Alright, we got the portal poster. We're gonna go back. Now that I know what to do, and I'm not dumb, and I know what to do. Woo! Oh, we're not ready. Let's go then. Oh, it's cloudy. Let's go! Let's go! We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! Yes! Yes! Ah! Yes! 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 Woo! Let's go! Wait! We got Baldi's office as well? Oh, wow. So we got 2 achievements in one go. That's amazing. Let's freaking go. Okay, let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Oh my god. Guys, we're in Baldi's basement. We're in Baltimore Basics basement. Who needs hair anyways? I don't. Hair is unnatural. In fact, all hair should be burned. Burn the hair. That's crazy. I'd never. We finally are in his basement, bro. You know what this reminds me of, Alpha? Hello, neighbor. Math for kindergarten students. Okay. Okay. Grade 2 students. Grade 4 students. Where's my grade? That's not my grade. Hey, that's me! That's me! That's me! Alright, Baldi, what you got for me? Baldi, what you got for... It's time to remember how to do a cool subject known as math. Don't you know? 3 plus 5 is 8. 7 minus 1 is 6. 4 plus 2 is... What? Gee, how fun. What else is there to learn? Not much, surely. Gee, how fun. What is to learn? Not much, surely. Pro tip, don't pay attention to anything. That's how the pros win. Final challenge, you have 3 seconds. That is crazy. This is for all my seniors. This is for all my seniors. The same thing. This is for all my juniors. College and beyond! College and beyond! This is for my juniors. My freshmen. My middle schoolers. Pause. I know some middle schoolers. I go to a school where middle schoolers and high schoolers are like literally in the same classroom. My 6th graders. Y'all need to come in Baldi's Basics. Y'all need to come in Baldi's basement, y'all. Y'all need to come in Baldi's basement. Bro, that sounded so weird. Ha. Howdy, little boy. I'm Baldi, man, and I can invent anything. Can you invent toenail clippers? Surely. Later, behold. That looks like a jackhammer with a rusty knife glued on. Oh, yes. It'll surely cut off your toes. Okay. Cool. Thanks, mister. I'm leaving. Thanks. Bye, mister. I'm leaving. That's crazy. Look at all this, boy. Whoa, Alpha, Ideal. How cool is this, bro? How cool is this? We're in Baldi's Basics, Baldi's basement. But now it's a maze. I don't even know where to go. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is a classroom. This is the kindergarten classroom! Guys, this is where I grew up at. Guys, this is where I grew up at. And this is everything. Where is 99? Can the parrot sound like me? Is that an N64 game? Those are all the items! Yo! Those are all the items! Yo, hold on. Select is key. Those are all the items. The fidget spinner, the looking glass, the chalkboard eraser, the scissors, the pink scissors, and the music box. Those are all the items from the classic game. The shades. Where is 99?
Down here.
Being.
Why won't you listen to me? I won't
she just... Oh.
Dude!
You know what, I think I get it.
What kind of drugs you on?
You don't realize... you just want
You good, bro? You good?
Right. You want to explore to figure out the lore. I get it. Well, lucky for you. A lot of lore down here. Yeah, did you see that? Those books? That was, that was weird, huh? How about this room? How about this right here? This weird conspiracy billboard thing. That's, you can't even begin to know. Did you know my name is No? Not literally, no, it's just my name, I have no name.
You good, bro?
Most physical thing to call me is no.
I can't leave! I can't leave! I can't leave!
That's not the point.
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Alpha, you're a mod! Help me! Alpha, you're a mod! Help me, please! Bro, I'm gonna hide behind. Help! Bro, help! 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 I don't want to be here. I need an adult. I need an adult. I need an adult. I need an adult. I can't. Bro, you good? No. I'm not close. No, don't you dare close this game. No. Hold on. We can work this out. No. Hey, I'm gonna call someone to help you. Okay, bro, chill out, bro. No. Come on. No, please. Come on. No. You're not okay. No, you're not okay. I need you to calm down. I need you to sit down somewhere. I need you to calm down. No. Come eat your Chick-fil-A. It's just Chick-fil-A. Come eat your Chick-fil-A. Okay? Go eat your Chick-fil-A. No Chick-fil-A sauce?
Aiden, why are you trying not to laugh, bro? It's disrespectful, bro. Bro, stop laughing, bro. Stop trying not to laugh, bro! Stop trying not to laugh, bro!
I can't do this no more, bro. That was the funniest. That was the funniest thing I've ever said, bro. Go eat your Chick-fil-A. Go eat your Chick-fil-A. Nah. Go eat your Chick-fil-A. Go eat your Chick-fil-A is the craziest thing I've ever said, bro. That's crazy. Bro, I was trying not to laugh, bro. On everything, I was trying not to laugh, bro. That was me. That was me. I'm trying not to laugh, bro. 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 We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We didn't even get that ending, though. We gotta go and do it. Because we didn't even get that ending, though. Alpha, Ideal, y'all still there?
Welcome to Baldi's Basics in Education and
I just had to not laugh for a
That's
second, bro.
me.
I just had to not laugh for a second, bro. The mascot Chip was trying to do the speed meme, and I was trying not to laugh, bro. Where is your Chick-fil-A sauce? No Chick-fil-A sauce. Why are you trying not to laugh, bro? That's disrespectful, bro. So we gotta go, and we gotta do party style. Party style is gonna be hell. We also need to do classic style, because even though we got the ending, I need what's the thing? I need options, because I do need flipping captions. Yeah, captions. Okay, so what we need to do, so we completed demo style. Demo style is over. So now we have party and classic. Which one y'all want to do? Y'all want to do party or y'all want to do classic? I'm leaning more towards classic, but it's whatever y'all want to do. I think Ideal ain't here no more, but it's alright. It's alright, bro. It's alright, bro. Y'all want to see classic mode or party style? Classic style or party style? Y'all got two choices. Y'all better choose wisely. What do y'all want to see? Cause I'm party forever. Okay. This is gonna be hell. That was funny. Like Baldi was just.
Oh, hi. Welcome to my party. Now it's time for everybody's favorite subject. Math.
So this
Answer
is.
the 3 questions correctly, and you might get something special. Just type the correct Whoa! I think you might be smarter. You're doing fantastic. You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, we doing good. We doing good. We doing good. We doing good.
You did great.
Hey, I'm a.
Your prize. Just click on it with the interact button to pick it up.
WD no split. Okay. See, party mode is.
See, I can't believe. Good one.
Party mode is all the items are random. So going through faculty rooms is a must, and we gotta find the. Hey, so you wanna go that way? Hold on. Nope. we're cooking. Oh, we're cooking. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no way. It was a good run. That was very good. For a first run, that was pretty good. For a first run, that was good.
Welcome to Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning. That's
What are the
me.
odds of getting a teleporter? We're gonna go free run just to see what the odds of getting a teleporter is.
I wanna play with someone. Let's play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well,
Alpha, honestly, this is a good strat, right? Because we're just trying to figure out when and where we can find the teleporter. So this is W strat. I can't lie. What do you think? Yeah! Haven't found anything yet. All we've been finding are like keys and stuff like that. We haven't found a teleporter yet. So it's either it's random or you have to absolutely be lucky. I got a quarter, I'm gonna use it on that one. Ah, crap. Yeah, see, I ain't getting nothing but safety scissors, locks, and other items. This is crazy. Y'all, honestly, I think we should count the one we got, because it's like 222. So I think what we should do is we should count the one that we have. And we should play Baldi's Basics Plus, and then I gotta go. So if it doesn't, if like we don't get it, it's okay.
Looks like it's sweeping time.
No entering school faculty only runs in the halls. Isn't something great? I'll take that. It's mine now. 15 seconds. Detention for you. Your parents will hear about this one.
Gotta sweep, sweep, sweep.
Hold on, give me a second. We're gonna get out of detention, but give me a second. Alright. So we gonna...
Gotta sweep, sweep, sweep.
So what I think I'm gonna do at this point is...
I have lost you. I will fly. Let's play.
WD no squeeze. And bar. So literally nothing. Exactly, it is weird. Quarter, so we can go and get the... We'll try to get the... And a lock. So we have one more chance with this quarter. If it doesn't work, then... It's gotta be, That's why we're loving this, for real! So if we don't get the... thing, then that's it. Wait! You have to use all the quarters! You have to use all the quarters. We got it. So you have to beat it with the teleporter. So now that we have this, this is what the teleporter does, my friend. Yeah, that's what the teleporter does. Yeah, nah. Alright.
Well, thanks for playing. Come back soon. And learning.
So, what I'm saying is, what we got everything down, right? We got it down. So that's a good thing. I'm glad we got it down. Now, it's time for another round on another game. I'm 15, bro.
I'm 15, bro.
I've been doing this thing since I was like 14. I've been streaming since I was 14, and I'm 15. I know.
Alright.
I know, man. Listen. I've been wanting to stream since I was like 12. No, not even 12. 10. I just didn't really have the. Dang. That's crazy. Bro, I am just... My gosh. You guys are... Ah! Yeah, but see, like, the content I do, though, it relates to adults a lot. So, like, a lot of adults, they watch my stuff. Like, that's the thing, though. Because I don't really... Because not a lot, like... Yup.
Oh.
I was born and raised in the USA, US of A. Even though I'm not really proud of it. I was born and raised there. Alright, bro. Don't make me take that moderator from you, bro. Don't make me take that moderator from you. Don't make me take that moderator from you. Don't make me take it from you. But yeah, this is Baldi's Basics Plus. So this is basically demo mode, but like the full thing. And I'm playing on a controller. Why am I playing on a controller? Why am I playing on a controller? What in the absolute nonsense? And is that a door right there? It sure is. Goodbye, Baldi. And I'm dead.
Congratulations. You found
I'm dead.
all 4 notebooks.
Ah! Alright, bro. Alright, bro. I don't even feel like drinking alcohol when I'm 21. Not even gonna lie. I don't know. I like soda.
Hi, I'm Johnny. Welcome to my store.
Yeah, so this is the new update where they have stickers. I want to see if I can do this again. I'm gonna do this again. Alright. Use this on a regular sticker slot to upgrade to a sticky slicker. Oh, he's doing it again. Shut up, Chip. Anyways, use this on a regular sticker slot to upgrade to a sticky sticker slot. Oh my god! Use this on a regular sticker slot to upgrade to a sticky sticker slot. Use this on a regular sticker slot to upgrade to a sticky sticker slot. Stickers placed on sticky sticker slots will be lost when beating level. Hey, I did it! Hey, I did it! Hey, I did it though. I know English. I know English. I did it. I know English. And I died on. I know English, but I don't know my math because I know my English, but I don't know my math because I died on the first floor. We're clipping that. That was funny. We're clipping that. We gotta redo this again. I'm zooming through. Oh, yeah, that's a bad placement. That's some bad placement. That's some bad placement.
Congratulations!
I'ma juke him out.
Oh, your books there. Now all you need
No,
to
he
do
didn't.
is find a way out before I catch you.
I can't win.
No running in the hall.
Move! 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 I'm out of stamina. Don't you dare do this to me! Woo! I made it in. Let's go. This is crazy. Alright, we got it. Next.
Hi, I'm Johnny.
Welcome to my store. I'm gonna get.
Thank you. My parents would have been so proud that I made a sale. That can come in handy.
Is there another 100? Oh, there's no more hundreds? Okay, my bad, twin. That can give me some more YTPs. Not YouTube poop, y'all. Just. Not YTPs.
Thank you for
Not
shopping.
YTPs. Not YouTube poop. Not YouTube poop. Just regular old YouTube. No, not YouTube. What's it? You think points. That's what Baldy calls them. You think points.
You're good.
Yeah, you already gave it away, bro.
Let's keep playing.
And then gave it away. Hey, yo, that's me for real. Oh, hold up. Yo, twin, what's up? Hold up, twin. Twin. Hold up. Twin. What's good, twin? Twin. Hey, yo, twin, what's good? Oh, that's me! I wasn't running, twin. What's up, twin? Oh, my principal. Oh, what's up, twin? Oh, okay, twin. Alright, go ahead. Go right. Alright, go in there. Good boy. 5. Where's the 5 at? What's in there? Go out. I want to see. Some keys. Boy, I'm about to drive the principal car. I'm joking. I never. Hey, you give me auto. in there, cuz. Go in there.
Does anyone want to see something cool?
No.
Gotta sweep, sweep, sweep!
Fantastic!
Oh, he's right there. Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. Can I go this way? Hold on. Oh, wait, where's my... That's my map. Okay, I did go that way. Twin! Yo, what's up, twin? Yo. Oh, never mind. Twin. You know what? I'm giving him his controller back. Alpha! Remind me to give him his controller back. Remind me to give him his controller back.
Looks like Lee's leaking again. Watch out for the world!
Okay. As soon as I get 7 notebooks, we gotta give my twin his controller back. I don't care about something awesome. I have no memory, by the way. Dang, that's crazy. Yo, controller at twin. I'm trying to find your controllers, man. Oh, here's a classroom. Please tell me your controller is there, twin. Oh, I thought I saw his controller. I think it's in the classroom where... Don't tell me it's in the classroom. The controller! I got it! I got the twin! Twin! Where my twin at? Where my twin at? We got 5 twin. We got 5 twin. Twin. Where is he? We gotta find my twin. If I don't make it and I still give him the controller, we gotta find my twin. Twin, where have you been? Nobody knows me like you do. Nobody don't love me quite like you. Can't even
Rest your eyes while I feast on my god. I'll be such a guy at the thing.
That's
my
crazy.
head causing no ring.
Bro, Baldy, stop. Baldy. Twin! There he is! Twin! No, come here, come here, come here! Twin, I got you. Yes, twin! I got it! I gave it to him. 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 I gave it to twin. I gave it to him. That's my twin for real. Don't mess with my twin, bro.
No running in the hall.
I don't care, bro.
15 seconds.
I'm dead.
Detention for you.
Bro,
When will you?
if I give this to him and I still give it to twin, I'm not gonna win.
Find it before
I'm not
it
gonna win.
disappears.
He's literally right here. I'm not gonna win. Woo! Ah! At least I gave it to twin, bro. I gave it to him. I gave it to him, bro. That's all that matters. I gave it to him, bro. Woo! Man. I'm just literally... Oh my gosh. Hey, at least we gave the controller to twin, bro. That's all that matters. Hey, we gave the controller to twin. That's all that matters.
Hi, I'm Johnny. Welcome to my store. Thanks for nothing.
Yep, we got the controller. We gave it to twin, bro. I knew it had to be one of the classrooms. I knew it had to be one of those classrooms, bro. I knew it had to be one of those classrooms.
You're good.
Alright, if he's my twin and he wants a controller, we gotta give it to him right away. That's a new rule on this channel. Okay, he wants a dog. I wonder if it's a twin. Probably a girl or something. I can't be doing that. Can't be doing that mess, bro. Crazy work. I wasn't running, so you don't have to worry. 9. I'm playing on the controller, by the way. Don't you dare. I hate you. Yeah, I know what you want, and I know where it is. Twin, if you just wait on me, I got you.
You found all 7 notebooks. Now all you need to do is...
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Find a way out before I catch you.
It's literally the same exit.
What's the problem?
You're not gonna catch me, twin.
Looks like the lady's thinking again. Watch out for the world.
Woo! Y'all not catching me, twin. You're not catching me, twin. Alright, that's enough. I need to... We gonna continue this later. But as of right now, we gotta end it off, bro.
Thanks for playing. Come back soon.
We gotta end it off, bro. This was a long stream, bro. No, flip that. This was a long stream, by the way. Thank y'all for all for joining, but like, I gotta go. I got something good. And I ain't trying to. I got a video to edit. I got stuff to do. I got some stuff to scan. Got some stuff to make. Got some stuff to do. Got people to see. People to meet. I don't know. I'm just busy. I'm a busy person. All right, so like thank y'all for watching. I appreciate it. And other than that. Yeah, I'll see y'all later. So, that's it. That's a good idea. Hold on. No. It's not at home, so I say you good night. Good night! Hold on. We're gonna change something. OBS. Oh. Here we go. Thank y'all for watching my amazing, beautiful stream. And as always, I appreciate y'all coming.